Good afternoon! It is I, your angelic goddess, Spooky Dahlia. Hello, hello, hello. It is Wednesday. Therefore, we are playing some Apollo Justice. So what is my story with the Phoenix Wright games? Well, it's quite simple. I happened to see the first one randomly on a channel that I was following some years ago and I really enjoyed it. I never really looked too much into it because I always thought it would be a game that I would enjoy watching more than playing. Like a passive experience would be better than an active experience. That same channel also played the second game of the trilogy, the original trilogy, which is Justice for All? I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember the second one. And then after that is something happened, which is I started playing Danganronpa, and Danganronpa has become one of my favorite series. The second game in particular I really like. And yeah, so this type of visual novel with investigation and solving crimes and having this sort of trial, I got more interested into it. I managed to see the last game of the trilogy last year, I think, no? In 2023, technically 2 years ago. And since then, I've been wanting to play the other games, because the original trilogy is very cute and it stands on its own as a closed trilogy, right? From what I know, it doesn't connect to these games. There are no plot points that connect to this game other than characters returning. The trilogy is on its own. The things that happen in there are, a story from start to finish, technically. Yeah. But I wanted more. Therefore, here I am, playing the other games. Today we're gonna be playing Apollo Justice, which is the fourth game. And for the future, once we'll be done with Apollo Justice, I will have to think about what to do, because I have the Miles Edgeworth's investigation games, which technically came out right after Apollo Justice and before the fifth game, which is Dual Destinies, I think. I'm not sure. Yeah, so I don't know, maybe I should be playing that after this, but that's a problem for future Dahlia. What else? Well, I'm playing the Steam version, which should be the definitive version. It had many re-releases, but not this one in particular, but yeah, it came out originally on DS, and then on 3DS, and then this is... Thank you for the iPad, Dev Dog, I hope you're having a nice day. Yeah. And then on Steam, it was last year, in 2024, together with the other game, the Miles Edgeworth games. So I really hope we're gonna have a lot of fun. I will try to read everything. It shouldn't have voice acting. There was a language option selection for voices, but I think it's for, the objection, the hold it, and that sort of thing, which has it English and Japanese dub. We will see. If it does voice acting, perfect, so I don't have to read it out loud. My main concern is my voice dies while I'm playing, and then I cannot speak anymore. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but for the time being, I will try my best to read most of the text, at least. Maybe not everything, but most of the text. Or maybe I can do some sort of summary, depending on the moment and the situation. What else? What else? This is unrelated to the game, but we reached the 100 followers, And I was thinking of doing something, nothing too crazy, but you know, maybe I could do some sort of special stream, like a longer one. I was thinking, like, this is stupid, but some sort of, no, not speed run, but if I can complete a game like, I don't know, Dark Souls 3 in one stream, maybe it's not possible, but if I engineer it properly, it could be done. I want to show for these 100 followers some games where I'm very, very competent in. So it's gonna be either Dark Souls or Dying Light, since this is the time of the year when I replay Dying Light anyway, or something like, what's another game I'm very, very good at? Call of Duty Zombies, if you're interested. I'm very, very good. It is my childhood game. Not really. It was mostly when I was middle high school. I was really, really into Call of Duty Zombies. So maybe I could be doing that. Show some of my expertise in the field and some of my superior skills. I just have a lot of hours in those games, so you know. Should be around 1000 if I compile them all together. I know Black Ops 2 on its own is 500, more than 500, almost 600 hours. So yeah, if I count Black Ops 3, Black Ops 1, World at War, and a tiny bit of Black Ops 4 and 5, which I didn't really enjoy that much, it's gonna be around more than 1000. So maybe. We will see. But anyway, let's go. I think I forgot to change the thingy, so you will not be able to see what I'm seeing. Yeah, you're not. Because I forgot to have OBS see this. Ace Attorney, Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney Trilogy, which is silly because from what I know, Apollo Justice is just one game. The other two games are about Phoenix again, so I don't know. I'm not sure, you know. So, yes, this is Apollo Justice. I know absolutely nothing about this game. Zero. Absolutely nothing. So, let's just go. I'm very excited. Episode 1. Turnabout Trump, which you cannot see because I'm in the way. Should be fine. I'm so excited. Hope audio's fine. Showdown time. It's a poker. I don't know much about poker, but you lose. Yeah! Someone is very angry about losing their game of poker, apparently. Seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him hard. Me? Please. The cop should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. Okay. That's April 20, 9:37 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. Okay, I don't know buttons. So, should I check the court record? No, let's check it afterwards because it could be spoilers for characters. Panicked, palm sweaty. I can admit it, I'm nervous. It's Apollo, our new protagonist. Ah, good morning. Oh, good morning, sir. Who are you? Are you a lawyer? You have the badge. Christoph. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose, I'm fine. Palms sweaty, knees weak, arms heavy. Mom spaghetti. Pretty much. I'm fine. The screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Is he like his mentor or your first trial? And it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? Mom spaghetti, yeah. Yeah, it's always homicide, right? In Phoenix, right? It's always homicide. Everyone kills someone. There are no other trials. It's always someone dies. Someone gets murdered. I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Charts of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. Oh, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I overdid it again. Very accurate to my voice. Need to drink every 2 seconds. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. That's not a good thing, but you know, we will see. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. So you're the murderer, actually, and you're trying to pin it on him. I see. We can't let this case fall through. It seems very kind. Maybe it's not. It's a fake kindness that he uses to like, do this for me, will you? Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. Who is the client? My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I. Oh, that's saving icon. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Hello? Whoa. Good morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial. Nervous. Meeting him. Cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help. So, you're fine. I'm fine. Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney, and he's your friend. So why? You'll see. Is this Phoenix? It looks very weird, but the eyes... Whatever. Let's see. You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, It's time. Shall we? See, well, maybe it's a similar model, but it really looks a bit like Phoenix. But what happened if it's him? He has retired. First trial. Here comes justice. April 20, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. Oh, it's Pain again. Oh, the judge. I love the judge. The judge is very silly, but I love the judge. I don't know. It's something special because it's so funny. I love the way he reacts, and basically the entire game is try to convince the judge. Like, it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. It just convince the judge and you're fine. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. It's pain. Is it the same pain or is it another pain? It looks worse than it was. He has some hair finally, but... oh, here is Apollo. The defensive... fine. I'm being ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic. Your name was Mr. Justice? And this is your first trial? Yes, but I'm fine. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor. It's so elegant. What the freak are you? Where do you come from? I mean, if it's another defense attorney. How much time has passed since the last game? I wonder. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always see to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. How old is Justice? Of course he wants justice. But entrust his case to this greenhorn. Why are you so rude? Whatever. I mean, everyone needs to start from somewhere. Don't exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. What about Phoenix? Well, if Phoenix has retired. So Gavin does trade experience, fine. But does he have shards of steel? Let's begin. Defendant may enter the courtroom. Here it is. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see. It is right, Phoenix, right? Well, why does he dress like this now? He's trying to stay hip. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Okay. But aren't you in the next game? We will see. Mr. Wright, how could this have happened? I won't speak of it further then. If the prosecution would be as kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne? To think, I saw you enter this room, a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains. So it is the actual Payne. Winston Payne. Someone as ever I see. Freaking Winston Payne. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him, one, on the head, smack, killed him cold. Customer at the restaurant, you say? The defendant, you say, was the pianist for the club. Okay. Phoenix Wright, a pianist? I look so confused. I don't know. This is the weapon that took the victim's life. Grape juice. It's apparently our defendant's drink of choice. So wine? Or is grape juice not wine? I suppose maybe wine is more refined. The court accepted that the bottle is on. Okay. And the bottle added to the court record. That was... oh, it has his prints, okay. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of reaching... Okay, let's check the court record. Use E to look at your evidence. So we have the attorney's badge. How long did I yearn for one of these? Just putting on makes me feel ready. Details. Okay. I can examine. It's not really 3D, but you know, maybe one day we'll get there. Oh no! It is 3D! Okay, it's a bit weird because the mouse moves it and then I need to use WASD to move the cursor. Okay, there is... oh, what? There's a number scheme on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. And the truth, I get an happy feeling inside this looking. Okay. We already checked, and I don't think there's anything else. Autopsy report. Time of death was around 2 a.m. April 17. Death caused by single blow to the forehead. Is there... the victim name is Shadi Smith. We don't know the age. April 17, between 1 a.m., 1:45 and 2. Okay, so 30 minutes time frame. Cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from gun trauma. Okay. Crime photo. Okay, there is the bottle. Well, if it hit with the bottle and the bottle didn't shatter, I mean, because you see that in movies, right? You hit with a bottle, someone, like all the, what's the name? Spaghetti Western movies where they throw bottles at each other and they usually break, but maybe in real life it's not that easy. If it's at home, okay. Yeah, the bottle is intact, so yeah. Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently it's Mr. Rice's favorite drink. Well, because we borscht. It must be some drink that I don't know about. Yeah, the bottle is absolutely intact. Completely empty. Okay. Then we have people. This is Christopher Gavin. Hey, Sleeper. 32. A first independent appointment as a mentor. Finished right 23 in this game. Formerly enlisted defense attorney of some renown. This is the victim, a traveler only recently back in country. And this is Winston Payne, which is 61. For all his experience, he lacked a certain presence. Yes, I would drink my water. Hope you're doing good, Sleeper. Playing something a bit different today. Hope you're having a nice time. Okay. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Yay, I can do that. Just use E. Sounds like a time for some hands on action. So the victim was a customer at this restaurant. Just who was this Shadi Smith fellow? We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor. I've had a muffin, that's so nice. A traveler? According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. We are in the USA, by the way, if you didn't know. This game is the original version of the Ace Attorney games, I think, is set in Japan. But when they port it outside of Japan, they make it anime USA. Got to go, forgot these guys were coming at 8 p.m. Have a nice time, Sleeper. Thank you for passing by. Makes me very happy still. I hope you have a good time with the friends. Or, if they're not friends, curse the plants I forgot about. Happens to each one of us, don't you worry. Happens to each one of us. Have a good time, Sleeper. You return to this country recently, blah blah blah. He doesn't know where he resides, and yet some sort of connection with the defendant? That too is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Bourgeois Ball Club on the night of the crime. They had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victims liked the defendant piano playing? That doesn't appear to have been the case. The motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. So they were playing poker together. He lost and then he smacked him on the head. But it wasn't him, of course. We know that it's not Phoenix, of course. Like, it's someone else. They were playing poker. Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and on itself. Is it? But is it really that big of a deal? Maybe in Japan or in fake America has fallen to become the best sort of criminal. Objection. Okay. My God, very loud. Christoph. It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. It was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs red. Oh my God, that was just. What the freak is this? Their backs rated in blue flame. No, its final outcome. Come again? The cards on the table had blowbacks, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present. I think so too. An impressed woman. I am very impressed, thank you. That will be our first order of business here then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards. Why are you so... What do you know that we don't, Phoenix? Did you orchestrate this? To have Apollo become cool and famous? Very well. We'll testify to the court about the copper competition. Okay. My pleasure. My first trial. Here goes nothing. Okay. Witness testimony. I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. So you do it like as a passion? You're not really competent in it? My real job is to take on interested customers over the poker table. What? So you're not a pianist? You're just a gambler? How do you say that? The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is. A game. And our customers are happy. Okay. Very simple. Maybe too simple. I would like to have more information. A pianist who can play piano? I'm better than a defense attorney who cannot defend. Defense may begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Blow it. Are you alright? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Oh, he's a bit autistic. He's like me. Very nice. My brain feels strained and raspy. You watch me perform cross-examinations many times. But you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? Oh, look at him. He's so young. I think he's younger than Phoenix is in the first games. I don't think I need, but just to be sure. Because maybe they changed something from the old game. Teach me, I know nothing. What is, lawyer school for, after all? Man for the court record, look for inconsistencies. Yeah, this seems very simple. In your final inconsistency, that's when you present the conflicting evidence from the court record. But did you hear anything that's strange at all? Yeah, it's a bit harder than that. You need to press the witness with Q. Yeah, it's... Get more information. Yeah, that's the point. Even because, you want them to speak more. They might say some general information, but then you make them more focused on something. Think you can do it? Sure. I think I can do it. It's a bit menacing when he puts it like this. Just remember, find any inconsistencies, any lies in his testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it. Know it. Do it. I mean, some people lie, not really lie, they just hide information because they don't think it's important. And I don't know, Phoenix looks a bit weird. What is this face? It's like a hippie or something. I'm not gonna say what I'm thinking, but Phoenix Wright will never lie. Let's see if Phoenix Wright is lying. Okay. I am a pianist by training and cannot play at all. We can just press whatever. Okay, these are health bar. Basically how it works, if you don't know, when you present any of these, if it's the wrong one, it's gonna consume 1 piece of health. And if you lose all of them, you just lose the case and you need to go back. Question. Can I save? Yes, I can. I can save at any time, right? Yeah. This game doesn't auto-saves, I think, but to be sure. Gameplay. Yeah, I remove vibration. So, let's just press him. Hold it. You can hardly play? Oh, I play sometimes, when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. So you can play. Maybe you're not very good at it. Was that supposed to be a boss just now? Title of pianist. Pianist is a mask. Respectable face I wear for the world at large. Since when you become so enigmatic and mysterious, Phoenix? You were a silly man that were like, oh no, I cannot pay my taxes. I need to bring Maya to get hamburgers. What the freak is this? How many years have passed? He's 33. Maybe it was like 20 something in the previous games. Why are you really at the board club? My real job is to take on interest customers over at the poker table. Hold it! Then they pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I'm a professional after all. I suppose it works like this, right? They pay him to play, and if they win, they get their money back. Or they get more. Maybe, or maybe not. I'm not really sure. Bah! Do I have pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me. Honest! You, Pain. Yes. Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. What? I played poker for 7 years in that little room. So it has been 7 years, maybe? I've never lost once. You see why the customers come now? Oh, so because they wanna defeat him. How can you never lose? You're so smart. Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. You never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. It's so smug. Smug Phoenix, right? Is not something I expected. Is that even possible? How the frick did you do it? Okay. What about you being a pianist though? The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction? It has quite a history actually. The Borscht Ball Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. Black market? All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. A smoky room, gambling hoods, you know. Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now. Window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. It's very small, like the size of a head. Don't want a few other tricks to it, but it was common knowledge to our levelers. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. Okay. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. Do we have any... Can I see these? Okay, it seems very simple. What about the bottle? The bottle doesn't really have anything weird. It's juice and it's empty. We are lacking information, I think. Hold it! 2 decks of cards? I can do that pose. It's very silly, but I like it. Super anime, as always. A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue. Why are you so... What the freak? He's like a free-time poet, other than a lawyer. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we used 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue. As I recall, in poker you make 5 card hands. I don't know how poker works at all. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yes, a game of hands. What? competition you're talking about? I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right! It was a simple game after all. Yeah, but someone died, you know. Huh? People aren't murdered over a simple game, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the game? Now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules. Oh, Phoenix, so smug. You've changed a lot, Phoenix. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. Ah! I completely let one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right, there's something I'd like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony. Yeah. Okay, so sometimes, as I remembered, if you press the right part, it's gonna unlock more confession or, you know, testament, not testimony, sorry, not testament. I place silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. That's wrong, but we don't want this to be wrong. It has your prince. Objection! So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon, this grape juice bottle? Right. So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? What? Oh my god, so fabulous. Too bad, a new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingertips. Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Excess yelling can damage your judge's ears and our case. I don't like him. He's scary. He has this... It reminds me of Demon Gant. Are you, family? Are you part of the Gant family? I don't like that. Boom. Anyway, what's so strange about fingertips on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone won't prove he did it. Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down. Upside down? What does that mean? That they got used? It's like when you pick up a bottle. You cannot see, but I picked up my bottle. So, if you pick it from the tin part upside down, it's clearly it was used in an unconventional way. It means it was holding the bottle inverted, and there could be only one reason for that. It fell off the floor, clearly. Yeah. Yes. To brain someone with a bottle. To brain? Oh, nice face. Apollo. Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse. Oh, I see no problem, Justice. The only thing that matters is the truth. He has such a... I don't know. His gaze, his eyes are... They're like snake eyes. There's something wrong with this man. There's a good reason for everything. Defendant, can you explain your fingertips on this bottle on the court? Whatever. I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? Is this playing with us because he wants Apollo to find the truth? I wonder. I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason. Objection. Very, very clear voice. I really like the objection, like voice lines are so iconic because it tells you so much about the character that says them. And the old it as well, but old it is always your character, so. Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported? Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that... Really? Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Near the scene? Okay. So this is the scene of the crime. Victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from ground level. Cell phones can get reception so far down? I mean, sure. Defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground? And then called. And this restaurant could use some renovation, by the way. What the freak is this? Even in the basement there were some cracks in the wall. Call came from the first floor of the restaurant. Is the phone that made the call? Does it have the Steel Samurai song? Da 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 da. But they went to notify the police from the restaurant floor. Can we have a look at it? Let me have a look at it. Oh, okay, that's gonna be important. Yeah, I remember these phones. Good times. I think my grandma has one of these. It's one of those emergency phones that have like 3 buttons or so. Very easy to use. My grandma is quite old. So, what is this? Wow, the battery is being held in with a piece of tape. Should just buy a new one. Maybe you can't afford it. Or he just doesn't care. I mean, if it stays on. Very dangerous, but you know. Sure. Don't see anything else. Okay. Yes, he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he's being uncooperative? Ah! Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about... Ah! What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred. Can you prove that? I don't think so. Yeah, how can you know? That's a good question. The answer is simple, Your Honor. Prosecution has decisive witnesses. Witness. One, not many. You're as good as they say you are. Someone else was in the room. Wasn't mentioned before. No. I pressed. Okay. Okay. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Tom. Very well. The prosecution will call his first witness. What? No, she's small. Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness? I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horror. I mean, it's understandable. What the freak is this, Apollo? Don't you like hit these on the door every time you leave a room? I use a little air gel. Have no fear. If any horse point in your direction, this court will cut them off. You are sure? Oh, is she gonna be Russian? I swear it on my cable. Please come out. Isn't violence against a crime? Silly. Well, if you're sure it is okay. Oh, she's cute. Are you the murderer? Usually in the first case there's only 2 characters. What? Wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witnesses paraphernalia? What is that? I need to look it up. Forgive me. Miscellaneous articles, especially the equipment needed for a particular item. Okay. Regarded as superfluous. So she has like a lot of stuff. I mean, she has these and the camera. So, would make sense. Very interested in the music of this game as well. Yes. She's a professional, Your Honor. These are merely the tools of her trade. A camera and like a plate. My name is Olga Orly. I'm employed as waitress in Borscht Club Bowl Club Restaurant. Then why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve Borscht at this naming restaurant. I think she is Russian. Maybe I should be doing a Russian voice. It is my pride to serve Borscht at this naming restaurant. But I also perform, how it is said, other service. I think it's one of those other services is taking the customer pictures. Ka-ching. Da. Yeah, she is Russian. Like, for example, this one. They were talking. Do I see anything unusual? Well, there is snow everywhere. Interesting. This is gonna be upstairs, right? This is not the room where they played. There is Matryoshka dolls. Some food. Something. In fake words. This is not Cyrillic, I think. That the defendant, indeed, on the night of the murder, man in white hat is one who was gone kaput. Indeed, that is the victim. Order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. It is same way as I drop cold bows of borscht on laps of customers, casually. And the court will casually accept this new evidence. Olga's photo added to the court record. Can I examine the photo? I didn't even check if I could. No, I cannot press on anything. Yeah, it's just a picture. There are bottles here. Okay. Now, witness, what were you at the time of the murder? I was in a room. The hideout, we call it. It's hideout. Excuse me? The hideout? It is a room where famous gangster but guy was arrested. It's a room where murder took place. What? Your look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post by courtroom door later for you. Da. Photos will be numbered and you will write which ones you want copy of. 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shadi Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga are witness. Is she really the killer? She is cute, but you know, could just be a how do you say that? A facade? Facade? And Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... I mean, yeah, most likely she would be the killer. But why, I wonder? You will testify to the court about the night's events. Witness testimony. The fateful night. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on, da. The victim, he played all time with his hand unlocked to his neck. The last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, da. The man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. That's a lie. That is a lie. That is a lie. We already see. That is very, very wrong. Incidentally, who won the game? Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim. Mr. Smith. Oh, so they think that because he defeated Phoenix, Phoenix got very angry and bonked him. Objection! That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright cannot lose. Justice, maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection. Oh my god, he's so passive-aggressive. I don't know. But he hadn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid. It happens. I need to lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor either. And then you lost all the other ones. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. Okay. So this is, yeah, this is a poker, and this is worth more than this, right? 3 kings and 2 ace. This is 3 sevens and 2 ace. The hand and chip. Oh yeah, so he lost. He was supposed to handle the chips because yeah. It's Mr. Right, and this is the other one, Mr. Smith. Chips, you say? Da. I mean, yes. Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils. What? The poker head of courtroom number 3 is Judge Lore. I think he means poker face. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Okay. But you know, one thing. Ah, okay, actually, yeah, the bottle also would be easily accessible for Phoenix. I see. Okay, Miss Olga, my dear friend, Russian friend. Okay, let's go directly to, you know, how do I... It's kind of slow to proceed, but you know. Strangle him. Hold it! But the defendant would never do such a thing! Well now, I can see you've heard the defense try this tactic. Yeah, Phoenix was a bit more professional about that. If possible, please refrain from embarrassing. He's very patient though. Why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker? Perhaps it is because defendants lost game. Yes, crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So it is always with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall. I am very mighty myself. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. Victim shot his mate, Mr. Wright. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, Orly. Well, this is wrong. Oh, can I not? Oh, yes, I can. Okay. Sorry. Just wanted to advance quickly. Okay. This is very wrong because it was killed by a blow to the forehead. Objection! Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. I love when, like, you have the right evidence. Even Phoenix was like this. It's always, you know, very, you know, it toys around with the witness. Da, normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Ah! Miss Orly, really now? Did you witness the crime? So good. She's a good waitress, though. I would never be able to do such a thing. Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, too. It is, in fact, that it was it, Your Honor. Oh, I see. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? His head certainly was hit. You're an expert of brain damage. I mean, probably. But I've seen it happen. The defendant lunged at victim's neck. Oh, really, Miss Darley? I think I caught you in your own lie this time. Justice. I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. Such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. Don't know what that means. Such a thing as thinking aloud too much too. Oh no, can Christoph read minds? This man is scary. Okay. After the defendant tried to strangle the victim, he hit him with bottle. Hmm. You didn't say anything about eating before. So sorry. I must be forgetting this though. Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony. Oh, Dada, I'm sorry, Your Honor. And that clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle his victim, then changed his mind. And chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. That sums it up nicely. So he strangled him, then hit him? Something fishy about all these? Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you need to do. There were only 3 people. Okay. Let's check. Customer asked me to deal cards for the game. Both players played with hats on. But if they played with hats on, how was he hit in the head when the hat was removed during the investigation? I got you now. No? Your Honor, the statement contradicts this evidence. Okay. Sorry. Overruled. Okay. Please. Okay. But if it was... How did they hit him if it had its head on? Whatever. Was there with a hand on locket on his neck? Wait. There is no locket on his neck? There is one here. But then it doesn't have it anymore. Objection! What locket? What does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what is you're thinking so intensely about? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket on his neck. I believe she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness Kraftmar. I mean, you could raise any objection to me as well, so I could never do that. There is no locket. Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I wonder if you can point this out, even based on the photo of the crime scene. I know you'd be able to handle this. Probably not. But what does it mean? We have to believe this witness testimony as is. And the locket disappeared following the victim's death. So did she kill him to get the locket? Because maybe it was very, very valuable? And then pinned it on Phoenix? It's the first case, so I imagine it can be something simple as that. It's very simple though, maybe too simple. Lockets don't just disappear. It's very simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no? The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Oh. So maybe what happened, it was taking it because it was like, you lost, you owe me money. And then he didn't want to give it. So he was the one that tried to hit him, or I don't know. I have a half theory, but I think we're lacking information. Oh. Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Say. Yes. I just noticed this, but you have something hanging. Oh, true. Oh, you mean this? Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. You have a daughter? You're married? To whomst? What? So cute. Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter? We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Miss Wright, Mr. Wright's daughter. Can we see it? Can I see your daughter? I wanna see. Who did you marry? So Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy this? It's just a coincidence. Because nothing is a coincidence in this game. Well now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game? Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost. Badly. Miss Orley, you will testify to the court about the game played... Whatever, I'm mixing the voicing up. They played between the victim and the defendant. The door. Okay, serious competition. The game began with 3,500 point-in chips for each min. House chips came in two sizes, small and large. The one was winning, it was victim. For last end, the defendant played with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, the defendant grabs bottle from table and... Indeed. Yeah, this is the logical course of reasoning if you base yourself on the evidence we have, but it's not what happened, of course. It does seem to be a one-sided game. As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow. How many times have I heard those words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret what I've done. I suppose, yeah, it's something very, very common. Me thinks the judge watches too many old court movies. I mean, he's a judge, Apollo. He probably has seen a lot of cases that end this way. So I said he hasn't lost in 7 years. This testimony must be wrong. This is not something you should base yourself on. But you know, maybe it was cheating we can see. Cross-examination. I really don't have anything at the moment. Game began with 300 chips. Okay, I don't think there is anything to examine here. Our chips come in two sizes, small and large. This is true, very simple. The one who was winning, it was victim. And this, you know, we can see that this is true. It's missing one deck though. Now maybe she was the one that was about to give the deck, right? So this seems to, even if you look at this picture, it's like the same. But the bottle is still in the same position that it was. So it was used to bash him in the head. And then put on the same place. Kinda weird. But we need to arrive there. Okay. For last day, defended to play with all chips on table. That's not true. That's not true. Oh, yes. Maybe this is just me not knowing how poker works. Last hand? No, that's not what I want to do. I'm pressing everywhere on the... Was largest points in any end. Defendant hand, it was excellent. Tried to use it to take victory from behind. It appears both the defendant and the victim hands are in this picture. Yeah, they are. It's truly an excellent hand. However, so it's the victims. One with highest number wins, so defendant loses. Victim is as weak and a stronger hand than the defendant and crushed him. I believe that explains what occurred next. Once card laid down on table, it happened. The moment lost was a... Okay. And what happened next? Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble there. I did not believe such thing would happen. What such thing? Please, you must believe. I had no idea. How could such thing occur? What such thing? Niet. Defendant had been hitting victim. I saw it all happen, right before me. I saw a bottle coming down on victim's head. She saw the very moment of the crime. Remember, your first goal is to gather information. Look out contradictions, here comes justice. I think we're missing something. Let me press on everything, just to be sure. Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules. I want to start with 3000. 6, no 7. Oh, it's so silly. Small and large. And this is evident. Duh, of course. Something fishy with those chips. They press harder. Is it because some fish are on the table? Or on the ground? No, they're not on the ground, but she is trembling a bit, so we better press. Maybe you could explain a bit about those chips? Explain. What is there to be explained? Objection! Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip of the old block, not a motorcycle. Preston, I better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars? Or rubles even? Niet, as I've been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Oh yeah, because the point is not to win money then. It's just to defeat Phoenix. Okay. This is important information. Or perhaps for capitalists to understand. Oh. Thank you, Olga. Thank you very much. 2 types of chips. 100 point chip and 1000 point chip. Don't smart money down. Justice. Sir, did you find her comment interesting? More ways than one, sir. I bet added to her testimony myself. Yeah, this. Yes, I don't think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. Yeah, I don't know where this is going, but I need to slowly understand how things are working. Your Honor. One kind of chip is worth 100 points, other kind is worth 1000. 2 kinds in all. Okay. But which one is which? Because if Phoenix has 4100 and he has 2900, then Phoenix is winning. Yeah, I need to know which one is which. Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten. Ah, sorry, I'm fine. Better think of something to ask. And quick. The 2 types of chips. The small ones are 100, the big... Maybe this is not. Ha! Don't waste our time. Is that all? Oh, Justice? Please try not to embarrass me like that. Who? Me? There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands. What? A simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. Not in kindergarten, after all. Because again, the only thing that I'm thinking about is that the small ones are worth more than the big ones. Can I present these? Wait, if it is 3,500, these are all the chips. It cannot work like that. It's impossible. It's 9,000. It's 1 million. It's not. It's wrong. This is wrong. It's impossible. It's impossible. Yeah. It has to be a different way. It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you you won. If you're not in kindergarten. Oh, you like to be very snarky about it. Yeah, the big ones are worth less than the small ones. Just for safety's sake, can you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this bottle I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points? Why, the big ones, of course, duh! Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up. Yeah, it would be very weird. The totals? Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points, and the combined total value is 7,000. Yeah, it would be 100,000, not 1 million, sorry, maybe too much. Or 10,000, yeah, just 10,000, but you know. Look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. The big chips are worth 1,000 points, and the small chips are worth 100. And you add them up? How much is it? Do it yourself. 10,600 points. Yeah? Yeah, it's what I was thinking. So Phoenix was winning. This clearly contradicts the witness testimony. But why? How could this be? Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right, there's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. The starting point. No, the chip count. No, they are both right. Or the chip count. This one. Your thing here is the number of chips. Right, Mr. Gavin? Why are you asking me? Just in case? Justice, it's your case I'm concerned about. If you're wondering about the chips, just look at the photographs. It's all there. You know, just with his failing eyesight could count them. Let me ask you again. Okay. No, then they're both right. Each man began the game with... Yeah, it was how I was thinking. But I overthink it. Each man began the game with 3,000. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can be only one answer. But what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. What? Want to know what I think? The small chips are worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness! Utter madness! There are 6 small chips and 10 large. It would work if 6, so 6,000, and 10, which makes 1,000, and then you divide it by 2. Yeah. Why? That does make 700 points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. What is that supposed to mean? Why is he so condescending? Just glad I was the one who said it. Objection! But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing. Indeed. The victim did have too large a number of chips at all. Oh! Exactly. The small chips are 1,000 points, and the dark chips are 100. Let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. Wow! The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points, and the defendant had 4,100. Well now, It seems that Mr. Right was winning the night after all. He was, but he was losing that hand in particular. So, how does this really gets into murder? It's impossible! My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. Yeah! I'm gonna lose my voice just because of stupid pain. You must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you? Oh, wee! What does she have inside? Some jalapenos? Order! Order! Appears our defendant has lost his motive. And Mr. Rice's supposed defeat never happened. Yeah. We must now ask ourselves, what would you pop? Don't cut me off like that. Ah, excuse me? What is it, Miss Orley? I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see, what do we see? In the last end, there was cheat. A cheat? You don't mean a trick? Wait, do you mean a scam? Yeah, it's the same thing. Yes, there was cheat in last end. Is why game ends with chips as they are. First we have lying, now cheating. But this case certainly has taken a turn. For the interesting, I cannot read this man. He's just so mysterious. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. Okay, what is this cheating about? Also, let me save as soon as I can. Let me save. Sorry, I'm a Russian friend. Okay. The last in the boatman at full house. Yeah. Balatro. I don't play Balatro, but I've seen a lot of videos on it. There is 4 of each card in deck. From ace to king. Oh, wait. Is there something weird? 3, 3, 4. No, it's not. It seems fine to me. We will see. If you look at both main hands, cheat is more obvious. Next moment, game becomes argument. Defendant trick was exposed. Is it really? It's 4 of each card, right? 1 per seed. They have different aces, different kings, and different sevens. I'm not sure what she means. He took bottle in his hand, the poor Miss Smith. I'm not sure I see the cheat. Miss Orley, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? To make the game more interesting, Apollo. That has made the cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. Full house is a very high scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience. That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. But they both had it. Whatever. Miss Gavin? Mr. Gavin? What's a full house? You don't know your poker? How do you know your poker? Isn't it illegal? Whatever. I can say this bodes well for your case or career. Justice. You know the terms. 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes? You played Balatro. Oh, yeah. No what the frick? Sorry, something very weird happened. Okay, sorry. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair. Okay, this is explaining for someone that doesn't do or doesn't play Balatro. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. That's a full house. It doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? Yeah, because you need a lot of luck, right? You need 3 cards, which there are only 4 in the deck. And then 2, which are only 4. So it's very difficult. You can see each player's hand in this photo. They both have full houses. We forget, there's an easy way to make a full house. And go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat! The defense may cross-examine the witness. Did he cheat in the last hand? This still leaves one important question. Yeah, he lost. Like, the thing is, even if he cheated, he still lost. But that's not the end of the world. Because he's not gonna lose all the chips. Was ever heard of oppression or con men losing when they cheat? Yeah, if you have to cheat, cheat properly. My god, this is so silly. Okay, let's cross-examine. Okay, Olga. Both men at full house. And this is, I think, very true. It's for each card in deck. Okay, let's press on this. For each card, you see? Da, there is one spade, one diamond, one heart, and one club. It is interesting fact that this number 4 comes from numbers of seasons. Really? Never knew this. You don't say. Cards are numbered 113. Add all the cards in the deck and you get 364 a year. That's so cool, I didn't know this. That's how the numbers work in poker. And you know, that kind of deck, not poker itself. Poker is just a game you play with those kind of cards. You can play other, Scala 40 for example. But a year isn't, yeah, 1 day short. Like us 2 jokers. You say the second joker stands for the lap year. That's cute. Does he have a perfect representation of the year? You don't say. Okay. If you look at both men's and cheat is more obvious. You say that it's very unlikely that this happens, right? How was it clear? Though, well, defendant, he played a 5th ace. How? Oh. There is a... Wait. There is an ace on the floor. But I don't think it's, you know... Maybe it's not even a base. A 5th ace? I still remember both hands very well. What? No! What? No? I missed the right too. Obviously, cheating with a foot, or perhaps I should say a hand. Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne joke. Okay. But that's not true. It's just a lie. But... Where? Where do you see this? So she did not see the scene in the end. It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name... I am mistaken. This piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice. Every time this man that says this single word and just turns towards Apollo, and it gives this menacing aura. My god. Perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. Because the judge is a bit slow. Use your finger to point out your point. Please point out the contradiction in this photo. What particular point contradicts the witness testimony? Well, the fact that, you know, there is no... can I present? Okay. Sorry, I want to check this. 3 aces, Mr. Right 2. That's not true. Take that! Why, it's here, of course. It's... where? Is that you're pointing? I'm pointing at the... But I was pointing. You better point out. So, sorry. Let me reread properly. So, Mrs. Mate has 2. It doesn't have 3 aces. It's only 2. Miss Orley, in your testimony you made the following claim. Mrs. Smith hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces. Objection. Or maybe the witness was simply confused. How do you confuse that? Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that had the third ace in question. Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating right, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. Oh my god. So smug. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating. Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. I was cheating, I swear to you. Must be lying. Yeah, she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin? Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards. The cards? Mr. Payne. Yes? Players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? Defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Very well. The prosecution will submit the evidence. Which will you examine? The victim cards or the defendant cards? Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? The victim, of course. Because the victim hand had changed over the course of the witness testimony. Defense requests time to examine Miss Smith's cards. Mr. Payne, if you would. Very well. Received evidence, victim's hand. Thank you. I am gonna check it right now. A full house. But what happens if we turn it? Oh ho ho! Oh ho ho ho! What is this? A blue card in my red hand? Much more of a red guy myself. Blue is so not red, you know. Sure. Sure. Thank you. Yes, sir. I already checked that. Next time you evidence, be sure to reference. Try using the blah 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 blah. Should give you a better perspective on the case. Let's do this. I already checked. I am so fast. Is that a special dialogue if you do it before you are allowed to do it? It would be very funny. What? Boom. Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim cards. The back is different color. That's impossible. But I put the card in right hand. Oh! What was that, Miss Orley? No need. I merely said I have a... Your Honor? Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say? My God. The dealer. Ah! Wait, so you mean this witness, Miss Thorley? She's the cheater. A professional, I wonder. Yeah. So something went very wrong. And she had to kill him because otherwise he was about to kill her. We will see. Focus justice, time to take advantage of her. But that's very poor choice of word, Apollo. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard. It's impossible, but I put card in right hand. Ergo? Miss... Oh, you use ergo in English as well, interesting. Miss Olga Orley conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. It's Shady, like shady. It's a Shady Smith. Okay, no! Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What? What you don't mean? The defense isn't accusing the witness, Mr. Gorky. Are you? Time for justice! There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Rand isn't guilty, that means I am! Defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orley, of murder! Oh, she passed out. Oh, so good with her plates. Well, we still need to find evidence that she did it and why. What is your witness, Mr. Olga Orly? Appears she has lost consciousness. So, whatever. Mr. Justice? Your Honor, seems you have presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time. What? I did it. I held out. I see no point in prolonging. Oh my god, they don't do it the first trial in one day anymore. Oh, that's a welcome change. In the previous 3 games, the original trilogy, it was always the first trial was always 1 day and you find the suspect and that's it. But now they make it 2 days by default. That's interesting. Also, in this game they had the 3D examination, right? It wasn't a thing until in the Game Boy games. That's very cool. The power of the Nintendo DS. Prosecution will need to make further inquiries. You see Pain twice in the same game. I mean, we kind of did that in the 3rd game as well. We actually see him 3 times, but you know. Objection! What? It was him! Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. What nonsense is the defendant spewing right now? Think. One of the cards had a different color back. Don't you wonder what it means? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objects right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous. Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. You do remember all the silly stuff that Mr. Wright did in the past, I guess. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. Okay, so it's not ending. As we said before, we alternate between 2 decks of cards at night. That was said before. 2 decks at the club have different color backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? Use the same color, the 2 decks might make mix. It's very simple. Use different colors and they still got mixed up. Yeah, because someone tried to cheat, but you know. Use the red deck for the last game. Okay. But that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. What color are these cards? Interesting. Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. I don't remember. God, I don't remember. Whatever. It's not gonna be a whatever. It's gonna be something important that I should have paid attention to. But it's gonna be fine. These games are always piloting you towards the right thing. In the end, 1 card of the wrong color got into the mixer. Which means there was cheating. Cheating, I say, cheating. There is a reason I take breaks of 1 day between streams. A card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? Yes. Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are 3 broad possibilities here. Could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. That's true. That's very true. Let me think of an hypothesis. So, first of all, we still have to understand why there was a murder. Okay, maybe she did the murder and then tried to pin it on him to have him be the culprit, and because she wanted the thing he had on his neck. Let's see how things go. Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. So that's why this back and forth between them. Yeah, every time I see Pain, I'm so happy because Pain is like that recurring character that you know, it makes me happy to see because you make fun of him. Even if technically he's very good, right? He's like, he said, like, I think in the second game or the third one, that pain destroys every weak opponent. Like, pain is the entrance to the actual prosecution and not prosecution, attorneying. Yeah. Because everyone cannot defeat pain, has no chance to defeating any other. Basically, it might be as simple as you think, Mr. Pain. Or it might not be. Yeah. I like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped? So let's think. If it's before the murder, it doesn't make sense. Or does it? I think what Payne wanted to say was... Payne wanted to say like after. Because, you know... No, before. Payne wanted to say before. But at this point I think it was after. Because, you know, Phoenix left to call the police. And then she rearranged the cards to make him... But... during the murder is impossible. Or is it... every time I've seen Phoenix Wright and I've said like this is impossible, it has always been the right one. Because this game goes out of his way to make you think crazy stuff. Sometimes. Okay, let's do by exclusion. Can it be before the murder? The thing is, he was winning. But if he won with a cheated card, it wouldn't be good. So I don't think it's before the murder. It was during the murder? I think it might be during the murder. Well, weren't they swapped during the murder? During the murder? Exactly when is that? Well, the very moment of the act, I guess. Can be the moment the cards were shown. Perhaps the moment when the cheater was revealed. Or maybe the very moment the bottle came down on Smith's head. There are many variables. Yeah. Yeah, there are too many variables with this, I suppose. When was the card swapped? Yeah, my idea is that she did it, or if she's the one that did it. Maybe he tried to cheat. To win, right? Okay, so maybe Payne wanted to say, of course, it was put after to pin the blame. But actually it happened before because so he could win. Or maybe Olga, if Olga is the one that did it, most likely, she thought she gave it to Phoenix. No, it's before. I think it's before. Must have been happened before the murder. I mean, during the game? I wonder. Think, when you're playing poker, which side of the card face your opponent? Okay. Yeah, okay, it's logic. It's very logical. I should have thought better. But, you know, I overthink things a lot. Of course, the simplest answer is the you know, it's always the right one. But why complicate your life this much? It is what they say, Occam razor, right? The simplest answer usually is the right one. Not something the pokerhead or courtroom number 3 would be likely to miss. At least we got some funny dialogue. Okay, so it's after. Because otherwise they would have noticed. Perhaps it happened after. What's that? Ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly. Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Same. Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible. If you pull that during the game, you'll be caught in no time. Quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hand was after the murder. Could it be that Olga didn't know how the chips worked? And she was thinking, well, since this person has more, I don't know. Let's just go. Let's just go. Okay, he's going past silly and straight on to crazy. Ask again, what's the point of cheating after game's over? Who would do that? Oh, indeed. That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who? The game and murder is done. The victim's dead. Only two remain in the room. Alive, that is. Defendant Phoenix Wright and our witness, Olga. But... of course it was Olga, but... it must have been Olga who swapped the cards. She was trying to cover up evidence of the cheating. That does make some sense. What? Did you swap the card, Phoenix? Why? There's a problem with that explanation. The swap card was from the wrong deck. Yes, a blue card was stuck into a red hand. Mixing a card from the wrong deck when the backs are different colors? Remember that you're talking about Olga Olli. She was the dealer. Do you think she would make such a novice mistake? So did you do it, Phoenix? Is this Danganronpa 2 freaking Nagito? Give it a little more thought, Apollo. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? But who? The victim is dead. Was the victim not dead? My only other theory is that the victim was not dead. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Right, of course. And well, doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orly either. What are you suggesting? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'd admit. As a defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orly at this point. I know, but she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong colored card. The card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Phoenix? My apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is. Phoenix! What the freak is this? Your silly game because you miss being a lawyer? Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming. The one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant and it wasn't Miss Early. Who was it? That is the question. Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. A new direction? We'll find that indeed, after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hands. And someone made two critical mistakes. Sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card? Because the one who did the swap didn't know two colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was a number on the card. Person replaced the fifth ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after all. What? What's going on? I'm lost. I'm so lost. So, if the person... So Olga wanted the Phoenix to lose or something like that. And so she I have zero idea. All I knew was that the game had been won with a full house. They picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. Bah, there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist. True, not until now. A fourth person? What the frick? It's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. This late into the case, someone else comes up. I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials. Ridiculous, Mr. Wright. Oh my god. At the time of the incident, there were only three people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns the assumptions? It means that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well. Trial will resume in 20 minutes. Who the freak is this fourth person comes out after 2 hours of trial? Hey, was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person on the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it true? Well now, I think you would know the answer to that. Being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Why is he so menacing? I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Christophe. Justice. Yes, sir! The judge has summoned me to these chambers, so carry on without me. Bye. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. The locket you wear. Is that really yours, Mr. Wright? You're wondering about the victim disappearing locket? And you can take a look at it. It's a picture of my daughter in there. Oh! So cute! I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of those days. Is she that girl that I saw in promotional art? Oh. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? No music? What do you think? Why do you not just answer? It would make life so much easier. It needs to be mysterious. Who knows? Only the moon knows. You know what happened 7 years ago? What I did. What did you do 7 years ago? It's not reasonable for you to think I might cheat. What did you do? Were you expelled? Are you no longer an ace attorney because you cheated in court? The last case was not a cheat. No, it's gonna be something that comes up throughout this game. It is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. That way, it's a lot like a court case. That's why you're so good at it. It's like trial law? Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. But yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Sorry. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals the true thoughts at the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding! A witness, for instance, Miss Orley. He's very nervous. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Is this a mechanic in this game? Is this a new mechanic? I need to check what the witness is doing. You notice? No? Who noticed that? Words, habits, twitches. It's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret to you. I don't remember these. Mia did not teach these to you, Phoenix. At least not in the 3 games we saw. And if it was Edgeworth, I don't know. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Oh, You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will, soon. Almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone. Why? Why do you lie, Phoenix? Why? Why? You had to deal with this sort of thing in the past and now you're inflicting it upon others. Is it for your amusement or what? Do you gain joy out of this? My God. I knew it. And my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. Is your daughter in danger? Has she been kidnapped? Oh my God, I hope not. I need your power. My power? What is it with these swords of steel? It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. To be continued. Well, now, because the stream is only 2 hours long. Save. This is something very weird. April 20, 12:14 p.m. Or now reconvene. Yes, Your Honor. She regained consciousness. Perhaps we can hear a version of the events again. That's the thing. She's quite fatigued. Looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient ground for refusing to testify or prosecute. Defense would like to request that Miss Solly take the stand. Very well. The witness will take the stand. Here she is. She cute. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession. Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poorer loser. My God, Christoph. I mean, if she did the murder... Oh, she's doing the Twitch. What? Name's Olga Orly. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orly. What a freak. Plot twist. Oh, really? Want to know something else? I should make like a more confident voice. Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian. Oh no. So she doesn't have a Russian accent. Now I should make a normal voice. I'm not really Russian. And my last name sounds like... Oh, really? There. That's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Oh my God. The plot twist. Fine. I'll talk. We had a plan, see? Let me remind you that you're currently under oath. Any further fabrication will have serious consequences. My God, I like this. I really like this. It was super unexpected. It gives me third case energy, which is a very good thing. Because the first case in the previous 2 games were kind of weak. So... fine. She's cool. She's a cool woman. Like I said, I'm a pro. The guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the ball club several days prior to the night of the crime, the game, as a waitress. So you did not work there previously, it was just a one-time thing. So we're in cahoots with the victims. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. Okay, shady. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. It was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. But that didn't happen then. You swapped the cards! Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it, it would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. She's cool. She might be evil, but she's very cool. So she's not a killer at this point, I believe. Oh, really, Orly? How droll. But it appears you made quite a mistake. Mistake? I agree. The trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right! He's lucky. I'll give him that. You'd have to be slip-free from a trap laid by Olga. Quick fingers, Orly. That you don't read as Orly. You read O'Reilly. Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind's stick. What the freak is this supposed to mean? Let her be evil. She is so very hot when she does this. Cute? Huh? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad. It's very pretty, no? And you're through being bad? Perhaps you could testify to the court. Tell us about this trap. And now it was sprung. I'm liking this. I was thinking this was I heard these games were like not as good, but so far this is great. This is very great. The best laid traps. That night I planted the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was a no-good cheating defendant. Surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect. I tell you, perfect. If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking. Okay, with witnesses like her, one needs criminals. And with defense like Mr. Wright, one needs prosecutors. Yeah, but Mr. Wright is no longer, an attorney, so, And I planted the card like I was supposed to. Tell me more about this. This planted card. Which card was it? The trump card. The 5 of hearts. Okay. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. At least that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend. So it was like, I had this ace in my sleeve and I swapped out the 5 I got from the deck. I understand. I slid into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course, while I was eating. At the Borscht Ball Club, we served borscht and suckers. Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. I don't even know what borscht is. Some food? I was thinking it was a drink, but... Right, lost? Okay. So he lost, and we saw that. Everything went according to plan. Details came up, so it's obvious the switch went off. Once the extra card was found, I would be forever known as cheat and a fraud. Are worse things to be known, I suppose. Yeah, there are, but that's still not good for your reputation. Especially if your entire reputation is built upon 7 years of not losing. Von Karma. Then the card was gone. Did you ever find out where the card went? Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof, zippo. Search every nook and cranny. Inside this cute little head. You find it very cute? Does it still have his spiky hair underneath those? I believe it does. Never in my long storied career, never has Quick Finger Sorley been so readily dubbed. She gives me the same energy as the Cuff-Up Queen from the first game. Oh really? So what did happen to that 5 of hearts? Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? I mean, if you find that you have like a fake card, you would dispose of it. Or like you say, hey, I found this in my pocket. Or you just put it down. I mean, I understand. Still missing. Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing? Which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Yeah, what's the motive? Oh, what? Oh, she's stretching her neck! Oh! What is this? Is the new Magatama? My god, this game is so exciting! Something wrong, Mr. Justice? Nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? She did her scratching! You're hiding something! What are you talking about? You! Me? Quick fingers only? Hide something? The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. Yeah, it's the same pose. My god, is the game gonna have this mechanic? I need to be very careful. Because if this heartbeat moment doesn't happen... I did see it. Honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. You are lying! With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? Miss Holly. She will touch the back of her neck during certain parts. So cool. Touching her neck, was it? What the freak? What's going on? What? Yeah, she's doing that. What's going on? What is this? I mean, the games have a thing for the supernatural, but... What the freak? This sensation, it's coming into focus. The twitch is so clear. Like I could perceive her habit, like I couldn't before. Perceive? Gotcha! It's a new thing. I suppose in the future I'll have to be the one finding the habit of every witness. Miss Solly, perhaps you're unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. Oh, so it is true there is Apollo special power. Is he like part of the Kurain family or whatever? I wonder. I mean, it's just noticing something, but this sort of power, maybe it's supernatural stuff. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory, and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? That's highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is resembling something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us? When you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. Must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon left an inerasable impression on your neck as this. Is it? I'm not sure where I'm going with this. Let me reread this. The memory. Let me see what she said. It's true, I did see it. I saw when Wright hit him. I mean, the weapon, of course. I believe it's gonna be the weapon. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of the moment than this bottle? The murder weapon. But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, Why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? Maybe she got hit with the bottle. And that's why she couldn't witness the actual crime. Huh. Interesting. Was Miss Smith the victim who was hit? Not you! This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness habits, they're completely irrelevant. Justice. I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later, trust me. Poem. Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. Niet, I am knowing nothing. What the freak? We know you're not Russian. Witness will testify, please, now. Wah. Bah, fine. Lemao is the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. Really? You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. He also is in heels, so it might be, you know, on a wooden surface. Yeah, not the best. Her eyes are darting all over the place. Must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at the table until the cops came. Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So what do you think about their testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is flawed. It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence. What's that? Well, show us this evidence. It's because he left. He left to call. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. Because he left from the restaurant first floor. He left and went upstairs. And that's why she's lying. Take that! Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. Meanwhile, I drink a tiny bit. It says that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Burst Bowl Club. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. The plate. The man who picked up the bottles won it that night wasn't the defendant. What? I mean, of course, but who was it then? Very cool art style, by the way. So was he not playing with Phoenix? It's gone. The card's gone. You lose. Oh, new music. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next. Oh, so he was the one that grabbed it. And he hit me. You, some master of cheating you turn out to be. When I came to, the victim was already dead. That's a Judd. It's fine. That's why I couldn't reveal where I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Okay, so you didn't kill him. You're just someone else. That was understandable. Well, but does this leave us? Madness! This is madness! I'm dreaming! Must have been me who was hit with a bottle. I'm imagining all this. It's so cool to see Pain in a more complicated case than usual. The PSL prosecution is at its wit's end, and frankly, I cannot blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Harley a big fat liar. She's not fat, and she lied, I suppose, to protect herself. Still under oath, but you know, no one cares about the under oath part. Everyone lies in the Phoenix Wright saga world. What? Three were in that room the night of the murder. The defendant, victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled. The witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder. I don't think that's it. I don't think that's how it is. I think it's just being too simple-minded. What? I'm not killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. I believe her. I actually believe her. Look at him being so smug. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process. Phoenix, what happened in the past 7 years? Too much gambling. This is what happens. Don't gamble, or you become a mysterious individual that doesn't say anything and just talks in riddles. Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? We have considered the other possibility, that there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped, and maybe this person didn't know about Joker, so he just did the first thing he was thinking, or they were thinking. But who is this person that we haven't seen yet? It's so weird. A fourth person. Ah, this theory again. Your fourth person doesn't exist. Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. The real criminal? And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What a freak. What? Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Ah, sorry. Remember what I said? The fourth person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color of the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? I have zero idea. Cards used for the last game were red. Yet there is one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. It was Apollo himself. Had impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was? Ah, it's not me, I swear! No, it's not you, Payne, watch out. Who is this fourth person? Do I get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the card used in the final game was blue? I have no idea. Wait! I don't know. It is not him, Christopher, right? I'm not sure. Could it be you? As I expected. Your iron ears are as sharp as your hair. But what? Christoph Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the cleansing is black and white. You can tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But look! You can see the colors in this photo! Yes, but when I said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. But... what?! It's true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker. It was only that, a game in the pure sense. Oh yeah, when he said this stupid line, super poetic. Yeah, this stupid... of course, they made it super exaggerated because they wanted you to remember that. Well, Christoph? Are you the murderer? You! Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin, is something the matter? Hmm? No, nothing. Excuse me, it was just so sudden. Right. You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph? No, even I'd never take a joke this far. What the freak is this? It has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. Defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder. I assure you, I'm quite sane. That's why you asked Apollo? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either. But Mr. Gavin and the victim were never even met. Well, what if they have? Hmm? There is a possibility after all. They may have met at night before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. Oh. Did you do it? But what is the point of all this? What is going on? What? Why would you? What? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before the game of poker be related? See, it was shady, but I'm so lost. Not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss Sorley... Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you! Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Roy's testimony is up to you. Oh, okay. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Roy's testimony? Of course. No need. We just go home, we don't care, it's fine. Then to see it through. Yeah, because of course Phoenix needs to do the most convoluted way to reach things. And he needs to teach Apollo that he needs to do that as well. At 2, Justice? You would betray me, your teacher? Well, it's so guilty. Arrest him already. Who freaking speaks with Latin and Caesar quotes? I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. It's about the truth. Oh, if I scroll my mouse, the text goes. That's very nice, actually. Okay, Phoenix. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shady Smith working 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold. Smith was uncomfortable. I left to call the police. Oh, so that's why. It doesn't say to notify of the murder. This freaking Phoenix, right? These games are so smart, and you notice only at the end. This is why I really like them. Also, Danganronpa, but they're very different games. When I returned, he was dead, blood steaming from a cut on his half forehead. That's when I made another phone call. to defense attorney Gavin. Okay. You were at the Borscht Bar Club the night of the murder. I dined with him rather frequently. And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder. Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. Because, why not? I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. We're planning this all along. Weren't you right? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. That's why he's so smug about, because he knows everything. My God, Phoenix. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when I took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Very well, the defense may cross-examine. It's always like this. There's never another person that is not has been presented yet. You have always everyone involved in the trial. Most of the time, yeah. Justice. Sir! He's lying. And you're going to expose him. Understood, sir? Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? You're in the wrong universe. You should have been, I don't know, Law and Order or whatever. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. But why? Why did you have dinner? You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes, he dines with me at the bar, blah 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 blah. While enjoying your usual dinner, usual spot, usual... Always sit at the table closest to the piano. Okay, when Mrs. Smith was sitting. Plates and such on the table were from your dinner? Indeed, the remnants of my meal with Christoph. Everything always the most accurate details. So cool. We dined for 2 hours, then Christoph left. After that, Shadi Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. Okay. 5 minutes. 2 of them could have passed in the restaurant during the time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. Mr. Wright, what was it you said? Christoph Gavin and Shadi Smith may have met? I did say that. I wonder. Maybe he saw a chance in this man. Because he's a lawyer. I won't even theorize. Theorizing this game is too crazy. Because anything can happen. At any time. Absolutely. Okay, sorry, something weird happened. Okay. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? The trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. And this we know it's true. The same trap that was Olga mentioned? Yeah, we saw this. Interesting. Sorry, there's something weird happening to my Discord, I don't know. Pull out the paint card and trap snapshot. Hi, Effolmao. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. You're bad. You did something wrong? You mistyped something? It's fine, don't worry. Harmless prank. It was quite a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. So you did discover it. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and I found a card. Yeah, maybe it was not the smartest plan. You could have put the card somewhere else. But you know. See something to the wrong channel. Fine, don't worry about it. The card she planted. I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might have happened, so I disposed of the card before the game, yeah. That's what I thought would happen. That's why you know, the card was just removed. There was an empty bottle of grape juice I'd been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. But couldn't you just throw it on the floor? Yeah, something happened to Phoenix. It's been 7 years since the last game and he took a life of gambling. And he has a daughter now. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting. The murder weapon. If you saw the original trilogy like I did, I only saw that. This is quite shocking to see Phoenix in this state. Yeah, it's so, yeah, bizarre. I'll tell you, what he has been doing for the past 7 years is winning poker games not stop. And now everyone wants to challenge him. And this case is about someone that was murdered after he maybe won against Phoenix. But he tried to cheat and it's complicated. It's so weird. Also, he plays the piano, because why not? He's no longer a defense attorney. I rolled it up and showed it in it. The colored glass makes it hard to see. But we already checked these. There is no card in here, Phoenix. You're lying to me. Whatever. Sorry. Need drink. Sounds like terrific drama. Card inside the murder weapon? That's strange. The police missed it in their investigation? But we missed it too, Apollo. The poker head of courtroom number 3 approves this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with this new information. Okay, let's take a look. But there is none. There is no card inside. Like, it's completely empty. Phoenix, you're lying. Objection! Yeah, it's fine for now. Have a good one. Thank you so much. You can check the VOD later if you're interested. It has, it feels very good. It feels very good so far. Have a good one as well, Effort. Thank you for passing by. Wow. Good idea, actually. Yeah, you can find the VODs on the channel here, and even after they expire, it's on my YouTube, which is in the About section. Yeah. Seems very interesting though, the way they're making this game. This is the first trial, and it's being super long, and with many twists already, which is something they don't do in the first trial. Wow. Mr. Wright, if I may? Yes? I've examined the bottle, and I don't see any card in here. No? Wow, Mr. Wright? Isn't all you have to say for yourself? I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put in that bottle, however. So it was removed to make it so he actually killed him, to create a culprit, because this would be something that would defend him in court. Understandable. Perhaps a 5th person came and took it out. Oh, and a 6th person could have helped. That's not. My apologies, Your Honor. I won't have you disparaging your investigation either. We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing. So what's going on? Is Mr. Rind hoodwinking us again? I don't think he's doing that. Did the card just disappear? In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid the decisive contradiction called for decisive evidence. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. But I get the feeling we're not in our client's sides anymore. Because this man is very guilty and I don't trust him. He's always been very shady from the start. Hold it! You made a call to the police from the first floor on the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at that time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. Everything very simple. Okay. And when you returned, the victim was already dead. Yes. I admit I was a little startled when I walked in. Very understandable. A little. He was bleeding from his forehead after all. Guess I'd be startled too if I walk in on a scene like that. Let me check something. Let me very quickly check something. Not these. Seems very normal. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. And I figured Christoph's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Christoph. It was I who got you involved after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. It's such an evil villain energy. My god. Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him now. Yes, sir. There's something I'm missing. I'm not sure. The button was here. Is it because you didn't make the call actually? Because he says that he only called the police? We can try. No, it's not that. This evidence clearly reveals freaking nothing. When he returned, he was dead. Mrs. Smith was uncontrollable. I mean, it makes sense, right? He put the card in here so there is fingerprints. But it's not inside, but we already pressed on this. Is it because there is only one meal? Nah. Wow. Let me save. Okay, maybe this. Okay, if I present this, we already know though. Let me think thoroughly. He died because of blunt trauma. Could have been he have been hit by something else? Is there anything else that is very heavy in this picture? I don't think there is. I'm very lost. Okay, let's go very slowly one by one. This, I think, is just the truth. They had dinner. AM. Afternoon, I suppose. It cannot be 2 in the morning. Okay, and this is fine. And then it just disappeared. It's not important that the item disappeared. He's trying to say something else. So he left to call, and this was the first time. But it's impossible. So you went outside again? But there is no reception down, right? Is it the point we're trying to make? How did you make the call? At this point. No, it's not this. We already tried. Did he never left? Is there a clock in this picture? No. Discover the trap during the game, dispose of the card, and this is fine. Okay, let's try to present this again. Yeah, this we already did. Is it right if I may? Yeah, there is no card. Could he have been disposed of the card somewhere else? Wait! Could it be that this is where he disposed him? No, okay. No, but why would that be a detail then? Nope. I'm lost. I'm very lost, sadly. A cat. It's not a cat, though. It's a hit. Okay. Clearly, this evidence is clearly wrong. Okay. That's enough. See no need to further. Blah blah blah. Court finds the defendant guilty. Wow. That's just how it is. let's retry. So that's just true. Blunt trauma. So, he said cat. Yeah, it's a cat, but it's not a cat. It's a blow. Okay, it's not important. Sorry. I mean, I suppose if you get hit, it creates a cut on your head, but yeah. Let me re-pressure him. Okay, let's try something else. Okay, it was 2 in the morning then, okay. You went back down, I found him dead, and then you called. But you were in the basement and you couldn't make a call. I really don't understand. Usually I'm very good with figuring out the only thing is this bottle. Did I miss something? It's empty. It is very much empty. I'm so lost. I'm just trying. I don't see any logic in any what I'm doing. Okay, so let's go from the very start. You had dinner and you sat here, and this is the food that stood there, right? And this is unfathomable. He walked in, and this is again something that cannot contradict anything. You discovered there was knocked out call, so you left to call, and this is fine. So in this period of time, when he left, Smith was killed. I'm so lost. Your attorney was dead, but... I don't know. Did you know that I am a lawyer and this badge proves it? The fact is, the only thing seems to work is present in the bottle. But there is nothing else in the bottle that I haven't checked. What about the bottle doesn't have blood on it? No. Mima, mima, mima. Okay. He's guilty, sure. I just don't have any other idea. Am I overthinking again? I might. There are multiple bottles here. I don't know. I'm really not sure. If someone would like to help me. Yeah, it's not available in Apollo Justice. We dined for 2 hours, then Christoph left. And then he walked in. We don't care about the chips anymore. Now we need to find out what's going on. Oh, this is different. Why in the bottle? I've used to interpret you see a note that was coming. So you struck first. Know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. You get lucky and stick your head in your pocket, they don't. Okay, that was different. So, again, this is the only thing that creates a reaction. Could they have put some sort of liquid inside the bottle to make it disappear? I'm seeing if I'm like missing something on this bottle, because it seems like this is the only important thing. Zoom in. The bottle is clearly empty. I was thinking like this comes off maybe. Is it a different bottle? I'm so lost. Maybe you put it inside your phone? No, there's none. If someone is here and wants to help me, please, I accept it. Could they have thrown something from outside? Because like no one came inside? But I don't understand. The bottle! Maybe I should just present the bottle everywhere. This is clearly the bottle's fault. No clues here. Not even here. No, the game would tell you. Nope. That is very faulty. So faulty that I have to rewind that actually. I need to do the thing that I don't like to do. I need to try everything. Oh wait, he couldn't see it because it has the hat on, right? Hat removed during investigation. Oh my god, I'm so silly. That's so obvious. He couldn't see the damage because it was wearing the hat still. Okay. Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. As always, I overthink things and I go like over the top when the solution is so easy. Wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. Justice! Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? Ah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. But why? Why would you do that? He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view, shining bright, just like in this photograph. And? I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. But that's tampering with a crime scene! All I can see is, I'm sorry. But that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. Maybe I was shocked and I did it without thinking, but... I'm so confused. It's getting only worse for you, Phoenix. You need to help me here. Miss Holly didn't see it? It being the victim's head? I think not. She was out cold. Maria was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon. Just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through his case. Is it really because his daughter is in danger or something? Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney badge 7 years ago. So he lost. He did something. Isn't there you have a unique way of treating your clients, Christoph? I never knew. I believe it was you who threw you the first stone. It's freaking drama. If you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. I mean, yeah. Like, I don't think he lied. He's just not saying things that he should be saying. Why do we have to point out this? Whatever. I mean, it like so hard. I put the card in a bottle. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, I just see the reason for doing that. Of course. Of course. Then why don't you tell me the reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone? At night. Recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I have no reason why I shouldn't play it back from the court. Ah, we heard that actually. Christoph, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Was this game not going well? Something like that. Gentleman who challenged you, it turned out to be good? Turned out to be dead. Someone hit him hard. Someone cracked that flawless bone china plate. Why, Christoph? Why do you talk like this? It makes you so suspicious. It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Bone china plate? Kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny. And not plate, but pate. I believe it was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. Okay, so the thing is, how did he know if it had the hat on? The court appreciates the defendant's description not indicating my forehead. Wait a second, something not right about that phone call. After Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club? Most certainly. Then, how did he know? When did he see this bone china plate? That's right. Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Not really looking good here. Trouble. I returned to the crime scene. And when I spotted Mr. Smith again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it? Phoenix, right? Oh my god. Yes, Your Honor. I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony? Well, as the prosecutor, Very well, we'll break for 10 minutes, after which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well, this will be the final recess for the day. We've been here since 10 in the morning. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Would have thought today would turn out like this. May I? Oh, so cute. She's Phoenix's daughter then. That's so cool. What? Hello, sir. Please pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You need a trump card to make it. A trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all. Oh, the fifth ace? So maybe he's colorblind. Whatever. So there was a fifth ace. The missing fifth ace. This blotch of red. Is this blood? She cute. You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to go to the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate in your hands. I know you can do it. She cute. She cute. This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth. Oh my god. I've seen her, of course, but I didn't know she was Phoenix's daughter. Fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl. I've seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. It is her. So cute, so small. Who is the mother then? Bloody ace. So Apollo is alone now. Interesting. Court will now reconvene. Fence Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Here it is. Very menacing as always. Now then, if you would, Miss Payne. Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. Well, the witness state his name and occupation? Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. Yes, they have. Yes, they have. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing it means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it. Objection! Phoenix is our friend now. I would... Oh! His team! Oh my god. It's from the first game. I don't remember if it is used in the other ones. I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright! What do you think you're doing, right? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off except for that one time. That one time being the instant it was it. Oh. When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer, is what you're trying to say. You are the killer. Like, you look so killery to me. You're not even trying to hide it. Not bad, Apollo. Look at him, like Mia, so cute. I hope he doesn't die in the next case then. No, he does not, because he appears in the other games, but still. Mr. Gavin? I'm afraid I haven't been entirely honest with the court. And now he's gonna say, no, we were friends, we met, we had pizza Saturday together. Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. Did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation I see little reason to hide anything. Very well, allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Let's hear the truth. The truth. For real, for real. The rage of sensing that meant that night troubled me, so I turned to the club. Went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. Must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead as he appears in the photo. A bald-headed and unconscious girl and right, holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. When the call came from Bright. It's wrong! It's wrong! It's wrong! Because he said that there was no one on the floor when he called. For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Miss Wright's defense team. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you have to testify as you just did. You have to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that, because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? Oh. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Are you prepared? I am. Is there gonna be some stuff that happened in the past, like in the 5th case, where Phoenix and Gavin, Gavin will become the sworn enemy of Phoenix or whatever? Probably. I think the 3rd case, the 3rd game left a very big impression of the developers, so maybe they want to do something more akin to that. It was the best one, it was my favorite one. Radio senses that made the night troubled me. I don't think this is important. Okay, this is possible. Okay. Where had you left to? Wouldn't it have been better to wait for the police to arrive? Remember though, by that time I was already Wright's defense attorney. It wouldn't do for me to become part of the investigation. But no! No! But that's not the order of events. Makes sense, or does it? I'm confused. What happened next? That's when the call came from Wright. Where were you when the phone call came? I really left the bullshit ball club at that time. When the phone asked me to defend him, naturally I was surprised. I accepted, however. I couldn't abandon him. So kind of you. So far everything gives with Mr. Wright testimony, I think. It would be a problem for you to cross-examine your own boss? I'm fine! Okay, I wanna see... let's cross-examine everything, because I wanna see what he says. You made me succeed? What's different from the other customers? His aura. Sure, whatever you say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but he was more than that. Then you knew the true nature of your client's job? Of course, but I also knew he was engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Makes sense, I didn't know. They were friends after all. So yeah, it's not illegal because it's not actually gambling. You just want to defeat Phoenix. The game is not to win money, but to defeat Phoenix. I understand that. But doesn't Phoenix earn money from that? Whatever. I suppose Phoenix gets money because he brings people to the restaurant to fight him. I suppose. You see, I fear this Mrs. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. Went down to the basement. Little window. You mean the one used to keep watch up on the stairs? A relic of the ancient past. Would you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? What if my fears had been unfounded? Be walking on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far, everything he's saying makes sense. How can you say that? Really, no need to shout, Justice. I'll just get into that part in my testimony. There he is, the coolest defense in the West we know and love. And when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and an overbearing personality of yours. Oh my god. Okay. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. So his head, when he was dead, Mr. Head came along and replaced his hat. And then caution girl. Okay. Those were the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw at least. Then we're back where we started. The killer was a defendant. Phoenix, right? What could that have been? Why didn't you talk to the police? Two reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend right. And after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. Objection! But that's not true! That goes against what Mr. Rat said. Ah yes, this mysterious fourth person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary? Oh, it's because there was blood. Was it? There was blood on the card. And the only moment blood could be on the card. But, whatever. Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the fifth ace. Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer was swapped out the card has been raised. Can you point to a reason? I suppose I can. Is it this easy? Is it because there was blood? My reason is this. Is that an ace? Why? Why it's got blood on it? Right next to the spade? What? This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why? Could this be? Could this be the missing fifth ace? But sure, sorry, but this evidence doesn't count as evidence, right? Because of the law of evidence. It needs to be provided in a list before the case, and it cannot just appear. I don't remember. Anyway, and it's anime logic, anime court, it's fine. Inconceivable. How could you? Oh, look at this. What are you doing with the card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Kevin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. She was very cute fishy girl though. The card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Bush Ball Club that night after the murder has occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock and trade after all. Objection! No, impossible. Unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can I be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for? For the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood. But regardless, that evidence is not permissible. Oh? Right, regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the final points in our legal system later. Oh, Phoenix. Phoenix has dealt with this so many times that he doesn't care anymore. He doesn't care. He knows that it will make it because he has dealt with Von Karma and Jordan Francisca and freaking Godot and what's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a car from the crime scene. And now, I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see. This is baseless conjecture. Baseless. What? You cannot do that, Phoenix, anymore. Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. What? It's amazing, really. How a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes. The right picture in the scene of the crime. In your head. Oh, the technology! The technology is here. I cannot believe it. What is this? The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. Is another level completely. Before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene. What is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position is in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? What position doesn't fit with the bloody card? Let me reread this. Wait! Could the victim have been somewhere else? Well, isn't it the victim position that's the problem? Don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look, the victim was stuck on the head, sending him back in the chair. You think any blood will fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him? Take a look at the photo again. The blood in this position. The blood will fall on the floor, not on the cards. It's true. It's true. How did that work? Why, that's right. So what does that mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in statward chairs. Oh man! Try turning the chair around. Whoa. What? How do I... Sorry, I'm a bit lost. Okay. The chair was facing the other way? Would have to be. Okay, so it was... but why? I have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim chair was facing away from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. My god, the Phoenix is doing all the work here. We now know the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction. Again? Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The killer? Because how could have struck from here? The victim was struck from the front, correct? Yeah, it was in the front of the head. If he had struck from the back, it would have been on the scalp, the hair. Indeed. Wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Seeing what his indicator currently is, it would also have been possible for the victim to react to seeing the attack come. I would think it'd be quite hard, yes. Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of the game? I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light. Well, Phoenix wasn't there, so you know. What? Something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the kill at the diagram. If the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have been standing to strike our victim from the front? I mean, here. Like, here. But how? Killer had to be standing, well, here. You get points for flair, but that's about all you get. Okay, then no. I didn't need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? Ha! It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know! At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there! Didn't think about that. What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation. Right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Balif, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Sorry. Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your man should look for. Please give these to the Balif. Yes, I see. You don't belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. Oh, Phoenix. Let's forge ahead. Let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. The killer was standing here at the time of the crime, and this cupboard wasn't here, which means... Try moving the cupboard. They're really tutorialing me. It was covering. Thank you. You're welcome. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. So cool to have 3D stuff. My god. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown here. So he couldn't have seen from the window. So complicated. You start with such a simple concept in Phoenix, right? Then it becomes the most crazy thing in the universe. What's this? Oh, Phoenix, my god, so smug. Oh, look at the diagram of the scene of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Oh, dang! Ding! Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? Which indicator in this diagram contradicts what we know? It clearly is this number 2 over here. Take that! About this cupboard, are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? What if it was? Something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. That's right. Something standing outside wouldn't be able to... Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What did you say? Oh, is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Hey, Night Owl, have a nice lurk. Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game. Until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. My god, Phoenix. Phoenix has killed him multiple times in this trial. And someone was, while the window to the room was blocked by a cupboard. Someone was. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Bali's voice. Excuse me, Your Honor. Order is a court of law and a will of order. I'm messing up this voice as I'm tired. We just now received word from our investigative team at the Burst Ball Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh, what did they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it. What? Secret passage? Ah yes, I believe I mentioned something on the sword before. There is one of the tricks to the room. Madon, he said that like 2 hours ago. That's crazy. I don't remember him saying something about that, now that he mentions it. Secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal going scene. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. Huh? Very funny. The room has a secret passage. Where does it go? Outside? The side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld boss could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. You see where a line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was locked and the victim's hat was only off his head for the few minutes between Mrs. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin? Come on, say something. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. Then he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. And the chance came, and he took it. Ah! But why? Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Miss Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. Okay, so this all makes sense, right? And when he was there, his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shelley Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. This is terrifying, by the way. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look and... bonk. After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. Of course, because these things makes him... you know... Is this that led us to the fact that the wheels were turned, the chair was turned, and there was a secret... Can you believe it? We started this case with, oh, maybe he got hit in the head, very simply. And now we discover that there was a freaking secret passage, and then he would turn around, and then she wasn't what she was saying she was. How many twists in the first case of this game? My god. A single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Yeah. Too bad for him he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor and the fact that they were all red. Yeah. Well, it seems the trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly, truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne? Yeah, yes, Your Honor. The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby declared of all suspicion. Wah! Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest. Immediately. What do you have to say? Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked. That a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Ah, excuse me? Defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence? Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin, is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course, this bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? Because maybe you just moved it? And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne? Ah, actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were upside down. The first thing we point out. I seem to recall this being an issue early. The court in this case demand an explanation. And I demand some water. I can think of only one reason why one will hold a bottle upside down. And that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? See how the catfish squirms the last. Well, Apollo? Yes? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that. Yeah. Just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to... Let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words? Would be too easy, Apollo, would be too easy. Would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions, indeed. Well, Mr. Justice? Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court? What else do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down? My badge. The only thing I was thinking of is this picture. Since it was like close to the bottles, you could have grabbed one in an unusual way. This is the only thing I was thinking about. It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor, next to your chair. Excuse me? On the floor? Yes, now reach down and pick it up, without getting out of your chair. Ah! Yes. See? You're not really going to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. It's not true. It's actually not true. But... Actually, naturally, the way your hand moves, it's true. It's true. It's true. I'm silly. I was thinking that it was exaggerated because you usually pick it like from the neck, but like from down to... But yeah, naturally, of course you pick it up like this and then you move it, of course. But yeah, it's true. It's true. My logic is correct. Why would I question myself like this? It's silly. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. Defendant Mr. Wright sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of the piano bench. Would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Oh, I can't believe it was that simple. Recall your dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano You switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Right bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. And that's why the card is not in there. Everything is solved. Order, order, order. What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin? Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. He doesn't let go. It's the first case. What? You claim that I switched the bottle? What is your proof? Proof? Well, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. Yeah, but about the card, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigator? Yes, I have your memo about it here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Bosch Ball Club. And here's one of the bottles in questions. Yeah, wow, they're going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if anyone on that but his. Because you removed it, you silly Billy. Mr. Gammon probably wouldn't make such an obvious mistake. The bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yes. Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright, bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? There's some bottle? What is inside? What is inside this bottle, if not our beloved 5 of hearts? There's something inside the bottle. Oh, no sound. I like the sound of a bottle removing the cap. What's this? That card. It can be. Recall that a pleasant woman testimony for unpleasant. I mean, yeah, she's not the best person in the world. Miss Olga Orly? Yes, our little swindling I don't know. Swindling the vodka. The night I planted the card like I was supposed to. And the right lost the last stand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Can't believe all this happened in the first case. Usually it's like the victim, the killer, and your defendant. And that's it. That's over. This is so much stuff. My god. They really stepped up their game, as they say. You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in the piece of testimony? Yes, we already know this. There is a 5 of hearts. Bottles were swapped. And the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. What the freak? What's going on? Superpowers. Ooh. That is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix, right? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have done this little tete-a-tete. It's French, I don't know what that means. This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute you? Pain has been like completely useless since the second half of this case. Pain, don't worry, you'll get your spotlight on the next game, first case. I believe this time we've finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christopher Gavin? He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now. I see. Still want us to wonder why he would do such a thing. Probably he hated Phoenix for some reason that we don't know. We'll probably learn about it over the course of the game, right? Like third, fourth case or fifth. I don't know how many cases this game has, so... Do you even have a connection to the victim? Did you? None that we know of. Mr. Wright, have you anything to hide? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession to be sure. That's all we know about him. I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor. Good. Mr. Wright? Yes? 7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed two things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who could tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? This is a dark time for our legal system. It really is. A twisting of justice brought on by your very own initial trial system. You have to set it right. What does that mean? Does it mean that the first trial usually is very simple? And so you wanted to change that? Our work lies ahead of us. And I, for one, am looking forward to it. Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Yay! My God. If only I did not get stuck in that part for 20 minutes or whatever. Court is adjourned. We did it! First case was quite hard. I mean, technically not. We had not that many things to show, and most of them was quite simple. I think I technically got wrong only a couple of things, but I need to get used to playing this game, since I've only seen the trilogy, the original trilogy, and never played it, so... Wow! Hey! Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. Gav, the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Yeah, there's also this thing about the ability. Yes, a sensitivity and luck. You'll come to understand it soon enough. You better, because if you don't, you're gonna lose the case. Wait, I wonder if he means... Yeah, this thing. What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer, right. The game was full of questions without answers, most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. I imagine. I really imagine. I'm very curious, actually. Ah, wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Your daughter? Oh, that reminds me. I met a girl whose picture is in your locket. Your daughter. What is her name? Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you are right about this locket. Yeah, we still don't know about what's the deal with his locker, like the locker of the guy. I took this off this... Ah! It looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. Truth is, this locket really did belong to him. But that's perjury! Testified, you say that locker was yours. I said no such thing, actually. Oh, Phoenix. It's very true that to foil the law, you need to be the one that knows the law the most. Emily said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. But then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gawain Love Offices after all. So you can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Huh, Apollo. Yes? How about coming to work for me? Eh? You mean at the right and call of offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. Can't imagine that to be true, but... wait, but didn't you? You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. Not an attorney anymore. At the incident 7 years ago, legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion and left law for good. What happened? We're gonna see it, 100%. My god, but yeah. Ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. You notice in today's trial? Was a single piece of forged evidence. Did you fake evidence to resolve the trial? Forged evidence? What are you talking about? Talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. Just seemed, well, too perfect. Is it the card? You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. The card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in his place, luckily for us. Oh my god, he's so smart with his sword, with his words. He never said that he wasn't a fraud. He just twisted around. My god, Phoenix. My god, Phoenix. That's actually crazy. My god. Or my Mima. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. And you really... Yes, I forged this card. It's fake evidence. You're no different from Von Karma, Phoenix. Can you believe it? This is very cool. It's super cool, super interesting. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? It really has changed. My god. I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. About your uppercut. Try yelling, take that! Next time. I finally pass a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. He has Mia energy. I really like it. It's very similar to Mia. Even the expression on his face. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. True! My god, so many things we don't know. And at the time I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. That's so cool. That is so cool indeed. Save your current progress. We played for a good 3 hours and 50 minutes. No, we return to the main menu. I'm very curious about the future. So, this was today's stream. Apollo Justice. It was so fun. I had so much fun. It was so much fun. My god. So good. So good. My voice is not that dead, thankfully, for now. So hopefully I will be able to play some more on Sunday. But yeah, it was all for today. Very, very exciting. Very, very exciting. I really like this. This feels very different than the other Phoenix Wright games. Because seeing Phoenix being this shady and stuff, with so many mysteries and a first trial that is so complex. Yeah. Even more than the one from the previous game, which was already the best first trial in the trilogy. And now this. Can't wait to see the rest of the game. But for now, yeah, that's all. Let's see what we can raid. There is someone to raid, maybe Parisa or... There is Parisa, okay. There is also Monster Peace. Oh, let's raid Monster Peace. It's been a very long time since we raided her. Let's raid Monster Peace. She's playing a game that I really like as well. Thank you for coming. I will see you on Friday with Okami. And that's gonna be all. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And remember that you are very cool. You're very cool. I hope you can enjoy the next streams as well. And say hi to Peace, Monster Peace. She's very nice. Thank you so much for coming. Bye. I will defend you in court later. Yes, because I'm the best. Even if I get lost in some small things. Let's raid this friend. Bye. Wow.
Welcome on in, Raiders. I hope you're having an excellent bestest day, you amazing teams. How was your stream? What were you playing? I'd love to hear it. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Monster. You can call me Mo. We play a variety of games on this channel. Some are cozy, somewhat chaotic, mostly chaotic. Now that we're back to life.